Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. How is our day today? Thank you for subbing for 3 months in a row, Tyler. I really appreciate it. I'm very sleepy. Yeah, it's the middle of the week, so that's fair. Yes, beginning of the middle of the week. I am a little bit, but you know what? It's fine. I think it's my mid-afternoon energy drink crash that's happening right now, so I'm not too concerned about it. I have. It's just, you know, energy drinks. They're a fickle thing. They're a little tricky. Just one. Just one. I limit myself to one to maybe 2 a week. I don't drink them that often. It's just when I'm especially feeling exhausted. And or I'm out of coffee and I have some available. That's the other option. When it's like, oh, I'm out of coffee, but I know I have an energy drink that I can just pop in the freezer for a couple minutes, for 30 minutes to get nice and cold. And then, you know, it's fine. But yeah, I can't drink more than one. I can have an energy drink and a coffee. That's about it. But I usually space those apart pretty well. So. But are we excited to see what happens in our next installment of The House in Fata Morgana? So we have seen the ending of their story, of Giselle's story. But we still don't know a lot about Michelle. Whatever could that mean? Whatever could it mean? Where's the cries and trauma redeem? I don't know. I don't have one yet. You have the Maeve crying emote. That's the best we're gonna get here. But yeah. Birds. That too. Also, I just... Oh, Amaya, hello. I hope you're doing well. Oh, we got the live version of Ritual, and that'll be fun. Thank you for the head pats and thanks for the hydrate. I am doing well. A little sleepy today. I think it's my energy drink coming down and I'm crashing slightly, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we'll make it through. It's all good. But yeah, I'm excited to see your reactions to what's about to come, because it'll be very interesting. Thank you for the posture check. Owie. Oh. Sorry, I enjoy Ritual. It's a fun song. Yes, we will get right into it here shortly. I'm just gonna get a quick sip for that redeem, and then we'll get going. We'll see if I can do sleepy voices. Although, Depending on who's here, which characters are in this next little bit, we might get some interesting voices. Sleepy voices time. I need this playlist too. This one is literally just Ghost. It's just the artist. I'm just going through their catalog. I wish it was more complicated than that, but nope. It's I put it on whatever was playing. Yeah. Alrighty. Since this song is 7 minutes long, we're gonna shush that because I didn't realize it's 7 minutes long, the live version. Like, I ain't got time for that. No time for that today. We have some things to look at. Good morning, Sylvie. Hopefully you got some sleep. I hope you're feeling well. Morning. Alrighty, well, after the curtains fall. I was eeping. It's morning for me now. That's fair. That's fair. That's very valid. That's not how that works. I mean, it can be. Okay. I remember. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared from this world. And you left me behind. That's right. I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did, indeed, die that day. You refused to listen to me. Do you have any idea how it felt to feel you dying? On the other side of that door. Giselle. I wanted you to take me with you. Is this what you wanted to see? My memories, the traces of my life on this earth, and there. In order to find your truth, we need more of the story. Very well then. If you want more of the story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. Maid's tale. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me for not forgetting how to smile. We haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. An Arctic wind flows past me. At the same time, I've been gripped with an overwhelming urge to break into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have a responsibility to her to do so. And I have to atone for being such a misguided fool all those many years ago, convinced I was doing what was best. And there's the end of chapter 5. I knew we were close, but I wasn't sure how close. And door 6. $10.99 to who knows? Who knows? This is my tale, and the maid's tale. A tale of a foolish, naive girl. Looking back on it now, I am ashamed of everything. But I will tell you my story in its entirety, without embellishments. I ask that you please not let go of my hand. The only things the knights left behind were a garment and a large pool of your blood. Blood had seeped into the fabric, and it was beginning to dry. When I clenched it in my hands, it made soft, crackling noises. The oppressive stench of death lingered in the tower. Michelle, there's no point in a life without you. You know that, right? I have a wonderful family. No, I can't do that. Hey, Michelle? Answer me. Come back to me. I don't care if it's as a ghost. I just need you here with me. Come back to me. Talk to me about nothing. And about everything. Be irritated with me when I do something stupid. Scoff at me whenever I tell a bad joke. Trounce me at chess again. Put your arms around me. One more time. Come on. I'm begging you. You won't come back to me. Then I'll go to you. I don't care if that's not what you wanted for me. This world without you is meaningless. Dying won't guarantee you get to see him again. He spends all this time refusing to talk to me. And when he finally does, he begs me to save his love. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. This is Morgana. Apologies, this is the witch. Let me try that again. He spends all that time refusing to talk to me. And when he finally does, he begs me to save his love. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Rather disappointing, to be honest. Who are you? Where are you? quite daft, aren't you? Within these walls, I am everywhere. And you've heard me before. What? I have no... Heavens, you are slow. That pretty head of yours only for decoration? What? But no, there's no one else here. You might be thicker than these walls, my dear. Although, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never did believe anything Michel Toll said about me. You thought he was going mad. This is brilliant. No, there's no way. It can't be. The cursed witch? Morgana? Oh, you even know my name, do you? It would appear my legend has survived longer than I expected. I suppose I should thank all the humans who passed it down for me. You actually exist? I most certainly do, my dear. As I recall, you don't believe in the supernatural, do you? But it's hard to deny when that very witch is talking to you right this moment. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I'm dumb. Give me a second. Oh, why did that... Okay. It's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, I gotta go back. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Michel was not even slightly mad, my dear. I told him he was better off without his sanity, but he refused to listen. He wasn't deranged. His surroundings were. His environment, the people around him, his whole world. Can you imagine how dreadful that must have been? To be the only sane resident in a world gone utterly mad. It's a miracle he managed to keep his head. Remember what you said just before he died, my dear? You said it was all in his head. You said he couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. You said he had long since gone insane. Oh, sorry. Why did that do that? Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Apologies. Shouted it at the top of your lungs. No, that's not what I meant. Ah, poor Michel. If only you had believed him about the witch. I feel bad for you too, though. You have my pity. What did you ever do to deserve this? Oh, and just to be perfectly clear, I played no part in either you or Michelle's misfortune. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were a good, honest, joyful, lovable woman. And look at how the world treated you. May I ask you something? Was it you who sealed me in the tower? Yes, it was. That was what Michelle wanted. Once, I told him I would grant his wish. So I did as he asked. Though it looks like it ended up causing you even more pain. How tragic. So, you're planning to die. Are you hoping to reunite with him in heaven? That plan's destined to fail from the outset, my dear. God teaches that suicide is a sin, and you'll go to hell for it. Then I will not kill you. Why not? Because I swore to Michelle that I would save your life. Poor Giselle. If you have any other wish, I'll be happy to grant it. I can't bear to see you so miserable. A wish. You have but a single desire right now. To see him once more. Isn't that right, Giselle? Are you saying you can make that happen? You'll bring him back to life for me? The forces of life and death are outside of my realm. That is God's territory, or the angels. However, I can guarantee you this. His reincarnation. No. His reconstruction. His reconstruction? Yes. You can meet him again. Not in this life, but in some future life. Just imagine it. Finding your beloved again after overcoming so much tragedy. Welcome in, Scapple. I hope you're doing well. 10, 20, maybe 100 years long from now, you're finally reunited. Doesn't that sound marvelous? True, unparalleled love in its purest form. What do you think? So, just because you can bring his soul back doesn't make it Michelle. I want to be with him. An impenetrable, slightly immature, but gentle as a butterfly man. That man who sincerely, deeply loved me. It's the same soul in a different body. Can you still call him my Michelle? Oh, my apologies. Beat me to the punchline. And you did so with such patter, you threw me off balance. Thank you for the follow, Scapple. I really appreciate it. You're exactly right. The idea that if your love is strong enough, you can both be reborn and have exactly the same relationship is an utter fairy tale nonsense. You must be the same people to have the same love. Which is why I am not promising his rebirth or his reincarnation, but his reconstruction. Thank you for the bird's eggs, Tyler. Get some good sleep. Your wish can become reality, Giselle. As long as you wish for it with all your heart, it can come true. I'll wish for his reconstruction as well. You have a witch asking to make this happen, my dear, so you can be confident that it will bear fruit. And you wish for him to remain as himself. If he truly loves you, and he too wishes to reunite with you, your wish shall be granted. Will you really wish with me? I most certainly will, my poor, pitiful, dear Giselle. I shall offer up my most heartfelt prayers for you. I'll wish for it. Until the moment of my death, I'll keep wishing for us to be reunited as the same people. I can't guarantee your reconstruction, though. What? I only said I'd guarantee his. Michelle is the only reconstruction I will wish for. I will not ask for yours. Why not? You're not looking at a benevolent, wish-granting goddess or an angel with a magical bow and arrow. You're looking at a cursed witch. And how am I to be with him again? I can offer you but one option that will allow you to reunite with your reconstructed Michelle. Tell me, what do I have to do? You must live here with me. Live with you? What do you mean? It was Michelle who resurrected me. But he could not serve as my guide. I have work to do. But I cannot do it alone. I need a guide to assist me. Because as you can see, I have no body. If this house did not exist in this world, then perhaps I might be able to give myself form. My soul's form. I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't need to understand. All I need from you is for you to show your utmost hospitality to the people I'm expecting to show up at this mansion someday. Entertain your guests? That's right, my dear. Michelle isn't the only one whose reconstruction I'm wishing for. There are others. Several heinous sinners. So, I want you to serve as a maid and watch over them when they arrive. And until then, keep the house in good condition. What are you scheming? Is that something you truly need to know, my dear? All you need to do is wish. Pray for the day your beloved appears before you once again. For the day he wraps his arms around you once more. One word, Giselle. That's all I require. Do you wish to see him again? Do you want to hear his voice again? I can promise you you'll have your happiness back. Oh, sorry. I thought it said something else other than What reason is there to hesitate? There isn't one. Or are you simply going to give up? I wonder what would happen if you said no. If you disappear from this world, how will Michelle react when he comes back? Will he be sad, angry, or will he forget about you and fall into the arms of another woman? No, he can't. Then make up your mind. Will you come with me, or will you throw it all away? If I had given it a little thought, I would have realized she was manipulating me. That she was just telling me what I wanted to hear. But I believed her. I accepted her proposition. As unbelievable as it sounded, my desire for it to be real overpowered everything. It was impossible not to grasp at the straws she was dangling in front of me. That's all I could do at the time. The witch's voice was also had this inexplicable power to it. It made me believe, as outrageous as it was, that she really could bring you back, reconstruct you. Maybe because I had seen her turn a door into an immovable wall. Maybe because I heard her disembodied voice. But I don't think those are enough to explain it. My guess is she had me under her spell. That was the moment I became the maid. But I assure you, I was, at that point, the same Giselle you knew and loved. The sound of the rain never seems to stop. Am I hallucinating it, maybe? From the moment I lent my ear to the witch's sweet temptations, the mansion underwent an unimaginable transformation. No light shone through the windows, despite them being unobstructed. Not morning, day, or evening. In fact, the concept of morning, day, and evening did not seem to exist. The darkness resembled that of when the windows had all been sealed off. But there was something more fundamentally unreal about it. Like it was hovering over a vast, all-consuming abyss with a constant haze of malice. I felt like I had been cast into some unknown realm, and that was why there was nothing beyond the windows. And the house was not the only thing that underwent changes. I too was no exception. In the blink of an eye, all my basic human urges vanished. I stopped feeling hungry, and I no longer needed to sleep. Naturally, I was bewildered of what was happening to me, what I was turning into. I think I'll take a look around. Maybe there have been other changes. So I meandered through the mansion's halls. My original intent was to explore the entire house, but I found myself drawn to one particular room. That's right. Your bedchamber. There was no light, not a trace of color remaining in your chambers. But the bed was the same shape, the walls the same texture, the curtains the same design as when you had been alive. Michelle, I'm praying. I'm always praying that someday we'll meet again. Oh, there's something hidden under the bed. What could it be? It's that painting. I never did get to ask why he got so angry about me seeing this. I'm sure it was something he didn't want to be reminded of. Perhaps having to do with his family? I was right not pressing him about it. Huh? What? What the? Did the painting just smirk at me? Oh, oh God. Ah. Oh, geez, Giselle. What are you doing, tripping over yourself? It was just that accursed witch messing with your head. No need to get spooked over a tasteless prank. When I stumbled, I guess I knocked a drawer open. There's something inside. Letters, it looks like. I shouldn't touch these. They're not mine. But... Girl, he's dead. He's dead. You can read his mail. It's fine. I'm just being honest here. It'll help clear up so much. At this point, girl, just read the letters. Also this. I want something of Michelle's to have. Something to remember him by. His letters would be in his handwriting. They would contain his words. Please forgive me, Michelle. I don't mean any ill will, but I'm going to take these. I must say, there's an impressive number of... What on earth? It looks like someone dumped an inkwell on every page. But why? Was this the witch's doing too? Yeah, it has to be. It must have been her. It definitely wasn't you, Michelle. Was it? The front door. I wonder what it's like outside. I can't even get it open. What's going on? The bar isn't set, but it won't budge an inch. It's just like up in the tower. Oh, yay. Thank you, Amaya. I'm very excited about it. I'm hopefully it's coming out soon. I will let you all know. Fair enough. Yes, it will be very exciting. I know. The windows. The windows, they have to be. They should open, and I can... What's going on here? What the heck is going on? It's like there's an invisible wall in front of the window. My hand won't go any further. This is rich. What else can I do but laugh? What in the world? This is madness. Hurry up, Michelle. Return to me. Get me out of here. Please. Get me out of here. I had no idea how to explain anything that happened to the mansion. But it was clear enough that I was imprisoned within its walls. I was all alone in that nebulous sphere of bleak darkness, and beyond its walls lay void. The void! Sorry, I have to every time. Every time. The layout of the house remained unchanged, but I felt as though I had wandered through a twisting labyrinth. I could cry, but there was no one there to soothe me. All it did was provoke her disembodied cackling. But she followed with, "You chose this, my dear. So you need to hold yourself together and keep wishing." My only real pastime was cleaning. I dusted the same corners again and again, swept the same floors, polished the same dishes. One day, I decided I would read the books left in the library. Despite there being more than 100 volumes, I finished every one of them in what felt like no time at all. My life was a never-ending cycle. Day in and day out. Day in and day out. The house had no visitors. No one. Rather, nothing at all set foot upon the property. There were no signs of other life whatsoever out there. No birds singing in the morning. No cats sunbathing in the garden. No mice scurrying about the kitchen. No creepy crawly insects. There was nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that broke the long stretches of silence was her voice. Tell me, was she kind to you? Was she friendly and courteous? Because she was quite harsh when she spoke to me. These were the kinds of things she was always saying to me. "He didn't show up today, did he, my dear? Are you still praying, my dear? Do you think he'll actually come, my dear? I'm still wishing, just like I promised, my dear. You know why he hasn't come for you, my dear? Because perhaps he doesn't actually love you as much as you thought. My dear, my dear, my dear, have you lost your mind yet? Shut up! I've had enough! I'm done with you! Enough! Please, enough already! Oh, what's gotten you so worked up? You love to talk, don't you? So why not have a nice little chat with me? This is not a chat. Maybe not in your mind, my dear. You seem to think chatting only constitutes conversations you enjoy. But I don't think the word's usage needs to be so restricted personally. You're just getting off on watching me squirm. Oh, not at all. You'll have all my best wishes if he does show up for you. Oh, so scary. If you're making that face when he shows up, he might not even recognize you. What? You haven't looked in the mirror recently, have you? Go on then, my dear. See just how frightful you've become. No. The witch was right. I looked nightmarish. My face was pale and lifeless, my eyes hollow, my cheeks sunken, heavy bags underneath my eyes. My hair had lost its sheen and grew wildly. I was quickly losing everything that made me recognizable as me, and the thought sent shivers down my spine. No, this isn't me. This is some kind of trick. You're trying to deceive me. Baseless accusations. You really must stop blaming other people every time something doesn't turn out the way you want, my dear. But my face was more what? More expressive? More cheerful? Brighter? Rosier? You're right. You were never this gloomy, were you? Right. I wasn't. I was always more cheerful than this. Naive girl. Would you be more any narcissistic? Huh? What you're looking at is, undeniably, exactly what you look like now. Time did not do that to you, nor did I. The negative energy oozing from within you is what's causing you to take this form. Did you really think you didn't have any dark, ugly emotions inside of you? Did you believe that you would always be able to smile, no matter what? Did you assume you were pure and beautiful? No one like that exists, my dear. What you see in the mirror is the true you. You hid your hideous, twisted heart. If you weren't always being so nasty, this never would have happened. Anyone's heart would be twisted listening to you for long enough. So you're saying Michelle's heart was twisted too? I spoke to him for years. No. I'm just teasing. I suppose I may have crossed the line there. I mean you no ill will, Giselle. Honest. Allow me to give you one word of advice, though. Look at yourself in the mirror often. If you continue deteriorating at this rate and end up looking like a corpse, use. When Michelle comes to see you, he won't jump for joy, but run away, screaming in terror. Stop talking. Please, just stop. You know, Giselle, this is only the very beginning. He might not show up for hundreds of years. I can't live that long. Absolutely brilliant. You still think you're alive. What? The moment you agree to come with me, you cease to be part of this world. Hello, Cersei. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So don't worry about time, my dear. You can wait as long as it takes. Thank you for the head pats. As long as it takes for him to arrive. As the witch had suggested, I started checking my appearance in the mirror every day. I wanted to ensure that I didn't turn into some horrifying creature. My hair grew, so time seemed to be passing, but I didn't appear to age at all. The flow of time had become perplexingly vague and uncertain. Was it stopped? Or was it moving? I couldn't tell. On occasion, I would practice smiling in front of the mirror. My smile, after all, was my one really distinctive feature, and I was certain you had seen me smiling more than anything. Even if my appearance changed drastically, I thought you would still be able to recognize me by my smile. A woman standing alone in front of a mirror practicing how to smile. I'm sure that's quite the comical sight. And that was about how my days went for an incomprehensibly long time. Until... $1,200. Not quite roads. A little before. For the first 100 years, I kept track on how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 50 years. But once it had surpassed a person's average lifetime, the counting started to drive me mad. And I stopped. My sense of time began to numb. In place of sleep, I spent my days in a trance-like state. Doing so, I was less aware of the passage of time, which made it a little easier to bear. Suspended in this bubble of time, my mind went out to you. Another 100 years. The next thing I lost a sense of was myself. I lived as a human for 21 years. After spending nearly 10 times that trapped in the mansion, I began to feel like that's all I had ever been. Maybe my past was all a construction of my own imagination. That as an otherworldly being, I merely fantasized about being human. actually had a family? Had there actually been other people in the world? Did cities and villages really exist? Was there ever really a time when light shone through the windows? When we were happy? But I knew if I started doubting everything, I wouldn't be able to maintain myself. So I settled on believing one thing. That you, Michelle, were real. That you had been with me. That I had loved you. And that it was you I was waiting for. I tried to always remember that one fact. Another 100 years. My characteristic energy and cheer were disappearing. By then, I hardly ever raised my voice anymore. And in response to that change, the witch seemed to treat me a little nicer. On occasion, I thought I could sense her presence nearby. Like she might reveal her form to me from beyond the darkness, instead of only speaking to me. I could feel her sitting beside me. Giselle? Do you think you're still Giselle, even now? I suppose it doesn't matter either way. Sometimes, I think love and fanaticism are two sides of the same coin. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. I have an idea, though. Why don't we make you some new clothes, my dear? The loom should still work, thanks to you keeping everything in order. That outfit's an artifact of an age long past by now. You know how long it's been? Vaguely, but yes. As we speak, time still marches onward. Not too quickly, and not too slowly, but at the same pace as you're breathing. Now, on your feet, Giselle. We have plenty of time, so let's make you the perfect maid's outfit. And if we don't have enough materials, we can make more thread from the sheets or the curtains. How exciting! Following her instructions, I wove garments in a style that did not exist in my era. They were quite strange to behold. The old me might have been stricken by fascination by them. But at that point, I wasn't sure how to rejoice, how to be impressed, or how to be moved anymore. Why is it always the furniture? Yeah, I mean, well, I won't get into that. We'll get there eventually. You'll see why she hates the fucking mansion. It sounds like rain again. What year is it? Oh, it doesn't matter what year it is. Doesn't matter where it is. As long as you're there. It can be any time. Anywhere. Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. Not misremembering, am I? Michelle, come back to me soon. I love you so very much. My memories of you are starting to fade. What did your voice sound like? What kind of faces did you make? Where did you like to put your hands on me? Don't want to forget. I want to always remember. My memories of you are the only thing holding me together. They're slipping away from me. How did you speak? What kind of things did you talk about? I'm losing all of these memories. Please, Michelle, come back to me before I forget everything. My beloved master. The thought crossed my mind that maybe Morgana's guarantee that you would be reconstructed was just a lie to trick me into staying here. But I quickly discarded it. Because if she had been lying, it would strip all meaning from my very existence. It would take from me my purpose for being here. I didn't want to accept that possibility. I had no choice but to persevere in my belief that you would return. Or not persevere. Oh yeah, no, persevere. Or preserve. I don't fucking know. Because if she was lying, I preferred not knowing. Yeah, essentially. I'd always thought I would be all right. That my faith would never waver. I still believed in myself. But you can be the happiest, most optimistic, resolute person in the world. And you'll still break eventually. And I was at this point where even the slightest tap would shatter me into fragments. $15.91. Several hundred years after I was enslaved within the mansion. Something changed for the very first time. Sunlight, which I hadn't seen in all that time, shone in from outside. At first, I didn't believe it was real. I thought it was a hallucination born from my inner desires. and I thought I must have completely lost it for my fantasies to have escaped my mind. But it didn't matter if it was all an illusion. The gentle breeze blowing through the windows felt wonderful. The smell of grass, the chirping of birds, the glistening blue sky. It was like 1,000 memories rushing back all at once, and it brought tears to my eyes. The time has come, Giselle. It's time for you to get to work. And as she always did, the witch's voice crushed my elation, dragging me back to reality. Reveling in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing. For it was the moment that began my true decline. Work? What kind of work? Have you already forgotten? Oh, good heavens. Do you have your head on straight, my dear? As I said, I need you to watch over the house and show your utmost hospitality to those who show up. Is someone... This is merely an appetizer. It looks like someone's here. Hold on. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Do the same thing you've been doing. Be a maid. Convince the house guests that this is a wonderful place. Make them enjoy their stay. Now go on. I'm quite looking forward to this. The bar had been removed. But will the door open? For so long, the door had refused to budge. For so long, the light had forsaken these halls. For so long, there hadn't been a trace. There had been trace of no life. But now, all of that had been turned on its head. It felt like I had stepped into heaven on earth. I know it sounds melodramatic, so please don't laugh. It was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary slice of nature. Leaves and grass rustled in the wind. Flowers specked the earth. In the distance was a city I didn't recognize. I wondered where I was, of course, but I neither shouted or jumped in surprise. Instead, I found myself accepting my circumstances, as unnatural as they may have been. I was standing there idly before the entrance. A carriage rolled up. Egad, could this road be any bloody worse? It's in dire need of paving, on top of everything else. And who might you be, young lady? That outfit. He's speaking in a different language. The middle-aged man approached me. From his attire and the way he held himself, he appeared to be upper class. However, the words coming out of his mouth were not in the language I had grown up speaking. Could the mansion have been moved far, far away? Naturally, I had no idea how such a thing was possible, and the longer I stood there staring at him absentmindedly, the more incredulous he became. My immediate mission was to overcome the language barrier. Fortunately, I suppose, I was able to understand bits and pieces of what he had said. As merchants in the capital, my family did business with people from other countries, and as a result, I learned a handful of words. The problem was, it had been so long, I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to hold a conversation. I am a servant. Servant? Can't say I remember asking for a lady servant, but I suppose these things happen. Not much matter doesn't matter who they sent. Who are you? You weren't informed. Bloody hell. Off to a great start, I see. Well, what can you do, I guess? Name's Hayden Rhodes. Just an retired old man. And thus, we begin. As I'm sure you have already guessed, this man was the Rhodes siblings' grandfather. He was also the first person I served under as the maid. Oh God, we're back to this music. It's been a minute. We are back. We are back. Oh no, wait. Oh no, you guys haven't been able to hear it. Oh no. Oh well, luckily there hadn't been much music beforehand. That's good. It's okay. There wasn't much music at all anyway. I'm dumb. Can we go back to not hearing it? Why too much trauma? Too much trauma? I'll turn it down a little bit for you so it's not as loud. Oh, there you go. Just a little bit lower for you so it's not as loud. Actually, can we go back to just not that one? Yeah, this, to be fair, this is my least favorite track, I think, of the whole thing. So I understand. We'll try and get through the Rhodes family as fast as possible. For a member of an esteemed noble family, Hayden was a bit on the eccentric side. He only hired a handful of servants, claiming he was not fond of the clamor. There was a single chef, a physician, a servant to take care of all the cleaning, and then me, who served as his personal assistant. Whenever he got the chance, Hayden would chase me down and make me practice proper etiquette. According to him, I had much to learn. You are, at least technically, a servant of the Rhodes family, young lady, and I can't have you going around playing the country bumpkin. Yes, sir. And we'll have to do something about that accent, too, while we're at it. I have an accent? Thicker than bloody molasses. Now, I have no interest in sticking my nose in your business, asking where I hail from. But while you're here, you must act the part, young lady. Lucky for you, I'm retired and have all the time in the world. I'll teach you everything you need to know about proper etiquette. All right. Speak up, will you? Yes, sir. Hayden didn't go easy on me either. In addition to my day-to-day duties, I studied etiquette, the language, proper pronunciation, and formal diction. Anytime I made the slightest mistake, he would shout his dissatisfaction. Listen carefully. A servant is the face of a house. A servant's gaff is her master's gaff. Always keep that in mind. You're not just a maid. You must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure, even if the house is falling down around you. Whatever happens, you deal with it quickly and quietly. Your language must be immaculate. No ums, uhs, or pauses. For any reason. God damn it, Giselle. God damn it. Yes, sir. No stammering either. Sorry. Bloody hell, you are not going to make this easy, are you? Whose idea was it that a country bumpkin would make a good servant? I like to give him a piece of my mind. I'm not from the country. Not even from the slightest. I was raised in the capital. Is that so, eh? A prim and proper city girl, are ya? In that case, you should be a quick study. Absolutely. I can learn anything in a week. Tops. Piece of cake. Is that so? All right then. Starting tomorrow, I'm tripling your lessons. I didn't think this through. In addition to being my master, Hayden was my teacher. When he yelled, he grew twice in size and I shrunk to half of mine. But it wasn't all that unpleasant of an experience. Because I knew he wasn't raising his voice to belittle me. His instructions may have been harsh, but it was a human interaction. There were people around me I could talk to, and that was wonderful. I was starting to regain some of my humanity. Unlike me, you've still got a long life ahead of you, young lady. Hey. I don't know if you heard that. I'm sorry. Hey. Just the heh? Okay. This is sneezing. Apologies. I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but I can't imagine it's been all that easy. Not many servant girls your age go without a home to go back to. Which is why you need to learn this. Once you've got all the rules and customs down, you'll be able to hold your own at any noble's estate. You shouldn't have any trouble keeping yourself employed. I'm sure you think I'm just a loud, obnoxious old man, but I believe we met for a reason, so I hope you'll stick with me. I don't think you're like that at all, Master. You're a remarkable man. One more time. I deeply appreciate your generous consideration, Master, from the bottom of my heart. I did not know much about Hayden's situation. Why he had retired to this mansion all alone, away from the rest of his family. But any time I asked about them, he would say, "It happens sometimes," with a melancholic frown. Before long, 2 years had passed. by that point, my etiquette had improved enough to satisfy his high standards. In that time, the mansion underwent a number of decor changes, as Hayden brought sculptures to work on different areas of the house. He also sealed off rooms that were not in use, such as the observation tower and the chapel. It was a sad thing, seeing areas with so many memories for me falling to disuse. But as a mere servant, I had no say in the matter. In addition, Hayden seemed to greatly enjoy renovating the house, so I watched him warmly. The furniture had all gradually been replaced. Yep. The furniture! Oh no! Gorgeous paintings hung on the walls, colorfully designed... Gorgeous paintings hung on the walls, colorfully patterned curtains installed. At least its suffering is over. Until Bestia era, and then everything goes back to you can steal the furniture if you need to. And a brilliant rose garden planted. These roses come from all across the world. Nowhere can you see so many different varieties in one place. It's beautiful. Did you know that in the city, people are starting to call the mansion Rose Manor? Oh, whoops, sorry. That was supposed to be Giselle. Rose Manor. And to think there used to be nothing but weeds here. Amazing how much of it has changed. Never thought I would see this garden turn into something so beautiful. Are you fond of roses, young lady? Yes, red ones especially. Red roses mean a great deal to me. They remind me of a time long past. Given one as a gift, were you? No, I believe I was the one who gave the rose. So red roses are a symbol of my feelings. They are very precious to me. I gave you a rose as a gift. You plucked it from its stem and placed it in my hair. Am I remembering correctly? My memories are so vague now. I can't even remember the look on your face that day. There are some kids I'd like to give roses to myself. Who? My grandchildren. Oh my, you have grandchildren? Though we haven't been in touch for some time. Last I saw them was 4 years ago. Think when my second grandchild was born. He knew! He knew! He knew, he knew, he knew, but because he died. I'm still unsure whether the white hair girl exists. So I await. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting close. Don't worry. The sweetest girl in the world. with lovely flaxen hair. She's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. Anyway, they're wonderful kids. And one day, I want to hand this garden over to them. Each and every rose containing my hope that they lead comfortable, healthy lives free from strife. Fizzles me or does them to this maid look... Yes, because her spirit isn't broken quite yet. I'm sure your wish will come to pass. Your grandchildren will have wonderful lives. Yes, but she said she was starting to regain a little bit of her humanity with Hayden, so... You know. Mm-hmm. Aye. Mm-hmm. The grief of not having you around still weighed heavily in my mind. But I was slowly approaching contentedness. Life with Hayden was slow and uneventful, peaceful and relaxing. So what you're saying is this will not end well. It never ends well. Why is that a statement? Fair. Fair. I imagine my heart was seeking anything to alleviate its pain. And it found that in the beautifully remodeled mansion, the garden blooming with wild roses, and my time with Hayden. I was even beginning to think this life was enough for me. That I would be okay with this being the end. If it meant more of the tranquility I felt. I was like a coward, considering giving up the fight. Please do forgive me for ever considering such a thing. Hayden seemed to be in high spirits that day. A gift had appeared, apparently arrived from his son, who lived far away. In it was a tea set, some leaves, and a small jar of sugar. Miss! How can I be of service, master? Brew me up a pot of this, would you? Be careful not to steep it for too long. You want to get it just right for the best flavor. As you wish, master. You seem quite pleased. Why would I be? A boy who shunned his old man for years sends him a platry? A platry gift on a whim. I'm just entertaining his fancy. Also, yeah, he's definitely getting poisoned. Your tea is ready, master. What a wonderful smell. Tea and roses are life's best damned spices. Now, let's see what the boy chose for me. If it's no good, I'll be sure to write him an angry letter. He looks so happy. He must really love his family. It's a little bitter. Shall I brew another pot? No, it's not your fault. Must be something in the leaves. Would you like to add some sugar then? There was a small jar of it with the tea set. Now that's some bloody fine sugar he procured. White as snow, it sparkles in the light. He chose it just for you, master. Bloody hell, what demon possessed him? Alright, give me 2 spoons then. Yes, master. Here you are. Splendid. This is some exquisite tea. The sugar balances the bitterness of the leaves perfectly. I guess that boy does have some... Master? Congratulations, Kane! Tick off your bingo card! You won a prize! Master? Master! Yes, your tea may have been a mistake. We should have made a bingo. I might have to do that after we finish the game, or when we get close to the end of the game. Furniture, poisoning, what all can we think of for a Fata Morgana bingo card? Oh no, we've lost Kane. Uh-oh. He drank the same tea, didn't he? Yep, Sip some of the tea. Yep, he's dead. Uh-oh, we've lost our mod. The doctor! I need to find the doctor! Water! Water! I'll get you some water right away! So please, please hang in there! Thanks to the quick treatment provided by his personal physician, Hayden survived! Hayden survived, but we lost Kane! Woohoo! Oh no, whatever shall we do? But he didn't make it out of it with much more than his life. He was permanently bedridden by the affair. This is bullshit. Evidently, the sugar I put in his tea had contained poison, which had done irreparable damage to his nerves and muscles. Most of his body was completely immobile, except for his left arm. How did the old man survive? I mean, sure, nobody came and helped me for 2 months, but still. Exactly. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Can I bring you something? Some water? I've had more than my fill of water. You don't need to wait on me hand and foot. That face says you need to distract yourself by working. Remember what I told you. A noble family servant must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure. But how can you expect me to remain composed? If only I had examined the sugar more thoroughly. You would have never noticed, young lady. I examined the sugar and didn't see a bloody thing wrong with it. He was damn crafty, that's for sure. Why would he do this? His inheritance, I presume. Something must have came up, and he needed money quickly. And we know what came up. Your son's a... That's no reason to poison your own father. Wait, we do? He paid off the painter. Remember? He needed to take the painter out of the picture because of the second, or the mysterious third grandchild, you know? That's why. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. I'm gonna grab my water. Give me 2 seconds. So no way in hell he wouldn't be getting killed for this, or at least lambasted publicly, unless Grandpa didn't want grandkids to suffer. Probably that. I'm taking that. Spell first. Blood is nothing but an obstacle to ambition. Maybe he just hated me. How could anyone possibly hate you? Perhaps that could be said of me. Perhaps that could be said of the me you know. When you live as long as I have, you're bound to make an enemy or two. Mine just happened to be my son. I was planning to give him everything anyway. He didn't have to do this. It would have all been his. Master? Killing me doesn't accomplish anything. But I guess it doesn't matter. Say, could I ask you something, young lady? What can I do for you? I don't want it to get out that Hayden Rhodes was poisoned. So could you tell people that I passed away peacefully with a beautiful nurse tending to my every need? You're not dead yet. Please don't talk like that. You're scaring me. Stop no stammering. But I'm not saying it'll happen immediately. But I am an old man, and one day you'll wake up and I'll be gone. This is about my own pride, not my son's. The last thing I want is to go out with some black spot on my name. Tell me. Tell me you'll do this, Giselle. He's never said my name before. As you wish. Thank you. You're a really peculiar girl. You know that? Sometimes you seem greener than the leaves in summer. And sometimes you seem like you've seen 12 kinds of hell. Well, you're not wrong, Grandpa. And every so often, you seem not of this world. Your skin is pale. Your hands are as cold as ice. At one point, I thought you might be Death himself. But I was wrong about that. You have too big a heart to be Death. You care too much. You must be carrying a heavy cross on your back. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden. I don't want to lose this life. You have someone, don't you, young lady? Someone you're dying to meet again? Yes, but I don't know anymore. I don't know how long I'm supposed to keep waiting. If something doesn't happen soon, I don't think I can hold myself together much longer. I was so close to breaking down. It was you that kept me on my feet. I'm sure you've tried to remain strong plenty of times. I'll give you some different advice. A trick for when you think you're losing hold of yourself. Build a cocoon. Cocoon? Sturdy shell to keep your weak inner self safe. This world has no interest in protecting you. It's only swallowing you whole. So you mustn't readily expose your true self. You build a cocoon, and you play the role you need to play. That way, the real you will remain unharmed. It's not pleasant to hide yourself like that, but it's better than letting the world crush you. But a word of warning. If you spend too long in the cocoon, the real you is liable to disappear forever. You'll be swallowed up by your own protective shell. I hope you find whoever it is before it's too late. Now, I think I need to get some sleep. This talking's worn me out. As you wish. Good night, Master. See you in the morning. Aye. See you in the morning, young lady. Yep. I was gonna ask, do you think he made it through the night? But, The next day, Hayden was dead. He had strangled himself with his left hand. I should have been more attentive. I should have recognized how much pain he was in. How much it crushed him to have been betrayed by his own family. I should have realized how he truly felt. How fragile he really was. I fell into a hopeless gloom. I could hardly believe that the quiet life I had finally attained had been shattered in the blink of an eye. Hayden's other servants quickly went on their ways. I vividly remember the dirty looks they all gave me. Everyone knew how he died. Assumed I had done it. I had no reason to kill him, though. But they had more than enough to believe so. For I had indeed been the last person to see him alive. I held firmly to the story he asked me to tell. While I was unable to convince the other servants, his family was far more accepting of the story that he had departed for the next world happily. Though that did not make the truth any less heartbreaking. Especially since I was the only one who knew it. Why does this always have to happen? I was happy. But I can never seem to keep hold of it for more than a flash. Despair always comes marching in to rip it away. What am I doing here? What kind of person were you, Michelle? What kind of person was I? Oh, my dear. You look positively miserable. Why should you despair at the death of some strange old geezer? Morgana. Was Hayden one of those whom you wish to be reconstructed? I have no interest in that wrinkled bag of bones. And if he was one of them, do you really think I would have let him go so peacefully? Is strangling yourself peacefully to you, Morgana? Peaceful? You call that peaceful? You call his misery peaceful? I most certainly do. And since you don't seem to understand this, the pain of death lasts but an instant. The worst kind of torture can only be inflicted upon the living. Setting two loved ones against one another, manipulating one into taking the other's life, and then forcing him to live with that. The stage hasn't been set yet, my dear. You would have me play a part in that? Indeed. You agreed to accompany me. You are here to be my guide. And you're doing a wonderful job of it so far. I haven't done anything. Oh, but you killed that old man, did you not? Thanks to you, my wish is one step closer to fruition. What? What do you mean I killed Hayden? You mean to claim you didn't? Tell me, who was it that put the poisoned sugar in his tea? No, I didn't mean to. Your intentions are irrelevant. Everything moves along the path forged by my wish, and you shall continue to follow its will. You know what? I'm done feeling like this. I don't want anyone else to go through what Hayden did. And what are you going to do about it? I'm done listening to you. Without me, you have no influence over this world. Oh. So I'll die. I'll take my own life, right here and now. I grabbed a nearby knife and held the tip against my breast. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding. My whole body was racked with terror, but I could have sworn I heard Morgana gasp. This was her one weakness, I thought. What are you thinking? Don't do this, Giselle. Don't be foolish. Put the knife down right now. I'm done trusting anything you say. Giselle, put the knife down. I've missed you so very much, Michelle. I wanted nothing more than to see you again. But if my being Morgana's guide is going to cause other people's suffering, then I can't. It's all over, Morgana. Huh? There's no blood. Not even pain. Why? Absolutely brilliant. I told you not to be foolish. But you just wouldn't listen to me. Such a silly girl. I really am. I couldn't even die if I wanted to. Learning that absolutely crushed me. My backup plan, the one escape route I thought available to me, had been ripped away. My spirit crumbled, and I felt myself sinking into a vast darkness. I began losing grip on myself. It was when I recalled Hayden's advice. Build a cocoon. It was the only option I had left. My final chance at protecting myself. Although ultimately, I was unsuccessful in that endeavor, as you know. But by that point, my mind and spirit had all but been lost. Eroded away by years of solitude The witch's whispers. The brief glimmer of happiness. The eternal, boundless darkness it left me in. It was in that moment that all the light drained from my eyes. It was in that moment that the maid was born. Should ghosts go into the bingo card too? Probably. Oh god. Okay, hold on. This is so loud. No. Back down it goes. Oh goodness. Child Melly. Hold on. I was not ready for Child Melly. Was not ready, not prepared. Oh, dearest Mel, come over here. I don't remember the voice I did. There are so many beautiful flowers. Now, Nelly, there's no need to run. You're going to fall. And I can't say I didn't warn you. Now we have the stoic maid is back. Hello. I've never seen you before. Are you the new maid? Good afternoon, Lady Nelly. That is correct. It is an honor to serve you. Oh! Did you do all this? I did not. The garden was your grandfather, Lord Hayden's work. Wow! Is grandfather a wizard? Perhaps he was. I'm sure he would have been delighted to know you like it. Did grandfather like flowers? Yes, he loved them quite dearly. Wow, I love flowers too. I've never seen a garden with so many pretty flowers. Did you know this kind of flower is called a rose? Just like our name. So close, my girl. Not quite, but close enough. Yes. Why, yes, they do sound alike. And like the flowers, you are also a very sweet little girl. Say, what's your favorite color of rose? I like all colors. But you don't like any of them the most? That's too bad. My favorite is pink. Pink roses are so pretty. Indeed they are. Geez, there you are, Nelly. Oh, my apologies. Please don't mind my sister. Oh, not at all. We're having the most wonderful time. That's good. I imagine we'll be seeing each other around, so it's a pleasure to... Dearest Mel, let's see what the inside's like. Mother says I have my very own room. Slow down, Nelly. I beg your pardon. The inseparable siblings ran towards the mansion, hand in hand. It was a heartwarming sight. But the next moment, when they stepped inside, I saw something else. The darkness enveloping the mansion seemed to flare up. A new door opening... The open door, a gaping maw, into its hungry bowels. The whole house looked as though it was cackling. It was, I presume, the witch Morgana's madness taking form, a manifestation of how she felt now that her centuries in the making wish was becoming fruitful. Those 2 children were the ones Morgana had been waiting for. Had I still had any willpower to fight left in me, I would have taken them by the hand and sent them somewhere far away. I would have done something before the house swallowed them up. Instead, I just gently lowered my eyes. Misfortune would surely sink its teeth into those 2 children before long. Pain and misery would befall them. I knew no good lay ahead for them, but my heart had all but frozen solid. I had my hands full taking care of myself. So I let Hayden's beloved grandchildren fall into the witch's hands. I was, for all intents and purposes, Morgana's marionette. At long last, it has arrived. The time I've been waiting so long for has arrived. Darling, devoted Giselle. I know not how to describe for you the fiery excitement burning within me. Oh, I know. I can tell you my story. Tell you exactly what that mild-mannered little boy once did. You'll be open to listening now, won't you, my dear? And you'll surely understand that I am doing nothing wrong. Because you're my ally, my trusty servant. You and I, we live in the same world. We are as close as family. Are we not? Yes, as you say. So, let us curse them. All of them. Let us inflict a pain worse than physical torture on them. Let us put their souls on the rack for all eternity. Curse them. Make them suffer. Curse them. Now, listen carefully, Giselle. This is a tale of wicked men, and my curse upon them. The witch spat her curses for some time, the bile overflowing from her words, the pure, unadulterated hatred brimming within, consumed me more than the horrifying things they described. She was brutally honest, each word a carefully sharpened blade of animosity. How much bitterness did you have to carry inside you to become like her? How long did you have to feel nothing but hatred to become like her? I felt like if I let my guard down, I would be consumed by her enmity. It would become mine, and I would grow to despise them myself. All the while, I kept my mind on one single thing. That is, what was left of my mind locked away inside a shell of my own creation. It was the solitary truth that allowed me to hold on to my human emotions, to continue believing. I am always waiting. My love will never fade. When I was still my old self, I called them master and would do anything for them. Michelle. That was their name. They were beautiful. They had pearly white hair and ruby eyes. They are going to come for me. Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. That's why, when I saw her that night, dripping from the storm raging outside, I thought, you're finally here. Because I didn't remember enough to know any better. You already know who I speak of, don't you? The person who called upon Rose Manor that very stormy night. A girl with almost translucently pale skin, chillingly white hair, and eyes like jewels. Ah, what a beautiful girl. Her hair, her eyes, porcelain skin. It all matches that person in my memories. She must be one I've been waiting for. If she is... Is something the matter? No. I just thought I felt someone watching us. It's only your imagination, I'm sure. If not your imagination, then perhaps some unseen force was watching you. Unseen force. Are you familiar with how people refer to this mansion? Rose Manor. Yes, indeed. It is called Rose Manor because you can smell the sweet fragrance of the rose garden even at a great distance. But that is not what I meant. It is said that a witch resides within the house. A witch? I have not heard any such stories. You probably wouldn't have. It was a very, very long time ago. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. You have a peculiar presence about you. Should I consider that a compliment? Peculiar presence, she says. Does she sense something in me as I do her? This has to be her, then. Her name. I need to ask her her name. It's getting late. You should get some rest. A room has already been set aside for you. But first, may I ask you one thing? Yes. I do not believe you have given me your name yet. My name? My name is... Michelle. Damn, she looks so small. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, she's Mel's age. So, at this point. But yes. My name is Michelle. But spelled slightly differently. You are the one. What? You are the one I have been waiting for. I've endured so much in anticipation of this moment. Imagine being the white-haired girl who, as of no memory of the maid and or Giselle, the white-haired child, girl. No, she was like 17. Because Melly, I'm combining their names. Nellie was just turning 13 at this time. So she was 17, not 12. I mean, yeah, still child, but you know. I'm pretty sure she was around Mel's age, if I remember correctly. So that I could reunite with you. No, they had a good couple years apart from them. You came to this place to see me again, did you not? Held tight to those wonderful memories until you can make it back to me. I never gave up hope. I always believed. And I hope you'll praise me for that. And I ask you to please say my name. To please make me... I don't know anything about you. I'm sorry. You must be confusing me for someone else. We have never met before now. You jest. You are Michelle, are you not? That is my name, yes. But it's a fairly common name. Surely you're confusing me with... That cannot be. That white hair, white skin, those red eyes. And that name. The name of the Archangel. Everything about you is the same. How can you say that you're not my Michelle? Please, Michelle, remember for me. Stay away from me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. You would reject me. I am so sorry. I honestly don't know you. Do you care nothing anymore? Do you care nothing anymore for the time we spent together? We have not spent any time together. You would deny everything? I am sorry. I see. I see. So you feel nothing for me anymore? You don't need to say anything. I understand. You are feeling a great deal of disgust toward me. No, or perhaps it is fear. Yes, you are always so kind. You would not easily allow yourself to succumb to hatred. I understand. Please, forget everything I have said. Who are you? I am but a simple maid, nothing more. did not expect Giselle to go full in on white hair girl being Michelle and just feeling like she was being rejected. I mean, after almost 600 years, you know, you may start to waver a little bit. Your resolve might start to waver just a tiny bit. I'm actually gonna look it up quickly now that you mentioned it, Kane. I'm gonna oh no. How old was Nellie and Mel? Yeah, Mel is 17. And Nellie was almost 13. Yeah, so she's a little bit younger than him. Yeah. Yeah. Mel is her half brother. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So she's at least 16. Still child, yes, but not 12, like you had said previously. Laughable, isn't it? I no longer recognize Michelle as anything more than a concept. Man or woman, elderly or infant, as long as they had white hair, red eyes, and the right name, they were you. I needed anything I could get. I was so desperate that the thought never crossed my mind that she was not you. What do you think? Seeing me like this, that I'm helpless and hopeless. Listen to me, or listen to this, Morgana. Michelle is back. She's finally come for me. But she didn't remember anything, it seems. Not me, not our past, nothing. She saw me and was afraid, in fact. Are you listening, Morgana? Darling, devoted Giselle. You poor, pitiful soul. That must have been quite harrowing. But don't worry. You still have me. Besides, this might not be your only chance. As long as you continue on, Michelle will appear before you again. Do you think she'll remember me next time? I can't say. That's up to Michelle. You do have another option, though. Forget Michelle yourself and seek out a new master. Someone who can be yours. Someone dedicated and faithful, who needs you. Someone worthy of this mansion. Someone who needs me. That's right. Michelle didn't need you after all. It's all right. Don't worry. You have plenty of time. And so we see the white hair girl's romance. We see the fight between Nellie and the white-haired girl. The Amber Alert might need some work. Do, 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 do. We see her getting ready for her trip to the theater with the help of the maid. We see the storm. And we see Mel broken and distraught. It's raining again today. I kind of wonder what happened to him after he fled from the mansion. Although, I suppose it doesn't really matter much to me. Much matter to me. The witch is surely watching him. Such a dreadful storm. Sounds like someone is crying. I was, at that point, completely out of my mind. Broken. My smiles, frowns, and gasps had all been replaced with imitations. Shortly afterward, the flaxen-haired boy moved out of the house and went on to become a priest. The girl fell ill a few years later, her disease eventually taking her life. And the boy never once returned home. The Rhodes family crumbled. Couldn't bring myself to grieve for them, or reflect on Hayden's sorrowful end. I simply waited for time to get moving once more. So, Mel became a priest. Nellie died of disease. Good to know. Keep this in mind. No, it was Nellie because the white-haired girl disappeared. We don't know what happened to the white-haired girl. Could be. It's either her or Nellie. It's one of the two. I'm just thinking, who does Morgana want suffering? Does she, though? Does she want Michelle suffering? Hmm. Little remains to be said about my broken self. As I had stated before we began, this is the Maid's tale. So I'd like to take this opportunity to elaborate on events I was unable to show you before. That is, if you can bear listening to such a dismal, miserable story. Oh, we're in Bestia's time. Here we go. I already told you of my meeting with the beast, so I'll begin the second tale from here. After Bestia slaughtered the merchant who showed up at the mansion, his mad laughter echoing through the halls. Although I do appreciate that we now just call him Yukimasa. And I don't have to go through all this laughing. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. All this laughing would kill my voice. So I'll just let Yukimasa do his thing. Be Yukimasa. Live your live your best life, buddy. Not yet. There'll be smaller moments where I will. Although I gotta sink back into my Bestia voice. Hold on. Hey, did you hear that? Did you hear his screams? He said I was a monster. A mutilated body lay sprawled across the living room floor. As you can imagine, it was my first time seeing such a bloody, mangled corpse. Oh, return to game. I could not look directly at it, so I averted my eyes. Hey, you saw it. I just proved that beasts are stronger than humans. Indeed you did. I know. I've got a great idea. You asked if I wanted to become the master. And I said I did. Which means you work for me. Isn't that right? So, you'll do what I tell you, won't you? What would you have me do? That's the better alternative? Chop up his arms and legs and make a stew out of him. And don't you hesitate, or you'll end up like him. Yes, master. He's trying to assert his total dominance over me. That's not proper behavior of a master. Though, I am the one who offered him that role. Do it. He's an utterly mad beast. But am I really all that different? There's blood all over my hands. It sounds like someone's laughing. Is it him? Or is it her? No matter what happens, it won't affect me. The cocoon is not the real me. I was looking down at what could only be described as a pile of human debris. I had done this. But that fact did not register with me. I felt nothing at all. No regret, not anger, not sorrow or despair. Put it on the fire. He said he traded in spices. That should give him a very unique flavor. How am I supposed to work with this? I was quite simply puzzled. No one had ever made such a request in all my hundreds of years at the mansion. That's all I was. Puzzled. But he interpreted it as hesitation or fear. So he grabbed me by the shoulder, knocked me to the floor, and skewered me with that curious blade of his. Oh no, he's gonna find out she can't bleed. So he's gonna get bored of her, isn't he? Or he's gonna just torture the hell out of her, I'm not sure. Can't remember. I know this is not the point for the watercolor. The watercolor filter on this scene is nice. The red, yes. For the first few moments, he wore that deranged grin of his, but as seconds passed, it transformed into shock. Oh, right, because she also doesn't feel pain. So he's probably gonna get no pleasure out of this anyway. So he's gonna get bored of her, which is fine. Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. And the instant he realized it, I saw revulsion in his eyes. Him, of all people. A man who cackled as he slaughtered others was disgusted by a mere maid. It was absurd. So much so I almost wanted to cry. You. Is that all, Master? Are you not going to dismember me? You could try stabbing my face, or my neck, or my stomach, or any other part of me. Maybe then I might die. Oh, now, don't look at me like I'm some sort of exotic creature. Stop that. Quit laughing. Why should I? My only distinctive feature is my smile. I have nothing else. My hands are covered in blood, but I can still smile. It's ridiculous. I get it now. You're the witch, aren't you? I see. Only monsters ever had a place here. Every so often I hear a woman's voice in my head. That's you, isn't it? You're the witch. Monster, witch, maid. What am I? Who is Giselle? Michelle said she was spirited. True to herself. But she often laughed and cried and shouted. Oh, Sha! Thank you for blurring. Well, it was fine. It was quick enough. We saw nothing, right, chat? We saw nothing. We saw nothing. Not a thing. Mm-hmm. I saw nothing. Hide space. Yeah, exactly. No bonks, please, Twitch. No bonks. I don't know anyone like that. Now I'm like afraid it's gonna come back. I'm just a maid. Nothing more than a servant. The woman's voice he had said he had heard was probably the real witch's, but I had no interest in that. I almost would have preferred not having to think about anything at all. Nothing would cause me to waver if my head was empty. A world without joy or sorrow. Sounds quite wonderful. But nothing ever went the way I planned. For the white-haired girl, who I thought I would never see again, appeared before me once more. I was quite nearly in a panic. Beneath my perfectly practiced smile was a veritable storm of emotions. Faint hope flared within my shell. Perhaps this time, Michelle would remember me. But that hope was, unsurprisingly, in vain. Is someone there? Yes, I came by to ask if there's anything you needed. I cannot offer you anything extravagant, not like before, but I am here to provide you with anything in my capacity. I appreciate the offer, but I need nothing. Being allowed to stay the night is more than enough. Do you work here in the mansion? Yes, indeed I do. I've been here for a very, very long time. A very long time? You might think this an odd question, but have we met before? Something about you seems familiar. Oh, she's getting pieces back very slowly. And I get the feeling I've been in this mansion before. Yes, we have met before. It was quite some long time ago, though. When was it? It was an unimaginably long time ago. Do you remember a boy and a girl with flaxen hair? Flaxen hair? Oh, right. I forgot she's blind in this timeline. She wouldn't be able to see anyway. She wouldn't know. She wouldn't have any way of knowing. I apologize. My memory fails me. Do you not remember me either? I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember anything this time either. But I will not be so pushy this time. I cannot bear to be so blatantly rejected again. I see. You should probably not push yourself to remember then. There were joyous times, and there were less joyous times. But would you be so kind as to answer one question? What might your name be? My name? My name is Michelle. White hair, red eyes, and the name Michelle. Why must you continue to bring me pain? Why can you not set me free as you were supposed to? I see. So you're Michelle again. Again? You should get some rest. I'll make some tea for you in the morning. Also, go on. Close your eyes. Yeah, it is a little bit insult to injury. The white-haired girl lay so quietly in her bed, I could not tell whether she was asleep or awake. Even the sound of her breathing was too faint to hear. Standing over her, looking down at her, the locked away despair and wails of my brain stopped. My brain saw this word and just decided, nope, we're done working for a second. Sorry, let me try this again in a second. Let me refresh. Let me refresh the brain. Do you ever have that sometimes where you just see a word every once in a while and your brain just kind of doesn't compute it? And it's just everything slowly shuts down. And it's like, uh-oh, what happened? The locked away despair and wails of lamentation I thought myself no longer capable of came bubbling back to the surface. But can you honestly blame me? I have been waiting for Michelle for so long. She was the only thing holding me up. She's the only thing keeping my broken self from falling apart completely. Yet she claimed not to remember me. Did she pity me? Or did you pity her for having to go through tragedy after tragedy? But every time she showed up, she said she didn't know me, bringing me more and more grief. I had been waiting for hundreds of years. Waiting for her for so long. My mind slipping with every passing day. Waiting and waiting and wait. My apologies. I have to be careful or I'll slip back to what I was then. I'm not even... Good morning, Umgak. Welcome in. I'm trying to just read that in my head, Kane, and I'm like, oh no. To be fair, it only makes 60% sense. Thanks. So welcome in, Umgak. We are currently in the second part of Giselle's story, where she is recounting her tale as the Maid. If you weren't here holding my hand now, Tell me, you are Michelle, aren't you? It's a relief to hear. Yes, thank you. I'm alright. Do you think I'm as muddled as I feel? Let us return to the tale then. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know how much it hurts to have someone you've waited for so long say they don't know you. You have no idea how much it crushes me. Rather than feel this anymore, maybe I should just end it all with my own hands. I reached my hands out towards her slender neck. I was not an especially strong woman, but I thought even I would be able to suffocate her with relative ease. She was blind at that, so she wouldn't be able to run. However, that was one thing I could not bring myself to do. I can't do it. Ugh. I ran and I ran and I ran, though I knew I had nowhere to run, plunging myself into the mansion's darkness. I did not want to be there any longer. I did not want to have anything to do with her. But being an inhuman inhabitant of the house, I could not close my eyes or plug my ears to what happened within its walls, as much as I may have wanted to. It didn't matter where I was. I had no say in the matter. I was forced to observe the events until their tragic conclusion. Twisted, bloody madness. Their wretched wails creating a whirlwind of misery. When it was all over, Morgana cackled like a little girl. Go on. You have a laugh too, my dear. There's nothing in the world better than this. He was a beast through and through. And what a fool he was to think he would become human. I love it. He destroyed everything he had with his own hands. And then couldn't even manage to mourn for it. Quite the unfortunate fate, wouldn't you say? Go on, laugh with me. Laugh with me, my darling, devoted Giselle. Michelle is dead too, though. You're worried about that tiny little detail. She'll show up again, of course. So you don't need to worry about a thing. You don't need to feel bad about any of this carnage. Rest easy, my darling, devoted Giselle. If you say so. And I shall not be concerned. Yes, that's a good laugh. Laugh, my dear. $18.63. I apologize for making you listen to my dreadful stories for so long. You must be quite weary of them by now. Worry not, for this is the final one. And despite being the end, it is neither dramatic nor exciting. It was a single phrase, the most insignificant of things, that caused me to completely lose myself and forget I had long ago, been the woman called Giselle. There was no malice in it. It was but a simple greeting. Oh, actually, you know what? Just because this song likes to get copyright claimed, we are going to do this without the music. So I don't have to, so you don't lose my narration. I don't know why specifically this song has a part in it that some thing gets copyright. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Do you remember how the first time she arrived, Michelle said I had a peculiar presence about me? She felt something there between us. And the second time, she said something seemed familiar. I do not remember why, but her soul recognized the bond we shared. So I assumed that the next time she showed up, she would feel something even stronger. Or perhaps even have her memories. Despite being let down again and again, I still held on to that faintest glimmer of hope. But when she appeared, she was someone else's wife. Hey, head maid. Get out here. I'm right here, sir. Is something the matter? I figure you should get to know her as soon as possible, since you'll be spending a lot of time looking after her. Hey, get out of here. Christ, there's not a goddamn confident bone in your body, is there? I'm sorry. I'll be right out. Oh, the despair on her face every time. The first thing she said when she saw me was, "It's a pleasure to meet you." It's a pleasure to meet you. What had I spent all that time waiting for? It was all for naught. It was all meaningless. In this era, she felt nothing for me at all. In retrospect, it made enough sense. But for me, at the time, that was the end. Morgana! Morgana! Cast me into darkness. Make me a formless being like you. I don't want to be here another second. I don't want to look at her ever again. Morgana! Morgana! Please, listen to me. I'm begging you. Now, what's the matter, my dear? It's not like you to throw a tantrum. I can't take it anymore. I can't do this. Michelle again. Oh, you poor thing. Betrayed 3 times now. Morgana. You pitiful girl. Don't groan like you're having a bad dream, my dear. I am here for you. Please, Morgana, erase me from existence. If you go away, then I'll be all alone. And that would be absolutely dreadful. But I... Tell me, what torments you so, my dear? What? Michelle, whom I've been waiting on for so long, hasn't... Oh, you poor thing. You've spent so long riding the current of time that you've lost sight of yourself. What? You've convinced yourself that someone else's story is your own. Someone else's? Yes, indeed. It was such a beautifully tragic tale you fell in love with. It resonated so deeply with you that you felt their pain as if it were your own. What are you talking about? I wanted to tell you, my dear, but you were so convinced it actually happened to you that I couldn't bring myself to take it away. And what about Michelle? She is not the one you are waiting for. And you are not hers either. And what about Giselle? That is not your name. And who am I? Who are you? That's a very silly question. You are this mansion's cursed witch. I'm the witch? That you are. You are both the maid and the witch. But how? Do you truly believe that someone who has eternal life, who doesn't bleed when they're cut, and who can smile no matter what happens to her, isn't a witch? How much of this Giselle's memories do you actually possess, my dear? How clearly can you remember her life? You can't, can you? You don't know what kind of story Giselle and Michelle wove. And you wouldn't, because you merely are an onlooker. Much like you are now, for this present tale. And by contrast, how much of the witch's story do you know? You should know it very well. Yes, but that's because you... No, my telling it to you is not the reason. The details are rooted deep within your memories. And that's right. You're the cursed witch Morgana. But I am you. You split into two because you refused to accept who you were. Think about it. Have I ever shown myself to you? Have I ever shown myself to anybody? That's why. I am the witch. That you are. I see. It all makes sense now. Everything has fallen into place. There's one thing I still don't understand, though. This story I was so enamored with. Giselle and Michelle's story. What kind of story was it? I'd be glad to tell you. You look like you're ready to know the truth. I believed every word she said. All my worries melted away like they were nothing. The sight of the white-haired girl no longer kicked up waves in my heart. In fact, I found myself wishing for her to find happiness. I was an observer, watching and hoping for the best. The tragedy that befell her did sadden me, but I felt bad for her like I would a character in a story. Oh no. Don't make me say the word again, please, no. No, 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 no. Phenekistoscope. I don't know. I don't know. I've been traumatized by that word. Is it actually right? I don't know. I brought you your medicine, Master. Thank you. You just set it down over there. Thank you for the head pats and gag. I appreciate it. Yes? What are you staring at? My apologies. I was simply musing about how much time has passed. I can hardly believe it has been 40 years since you were a bright young businessman. And you haven't aged a day. Why, thank you. I am a witch, after all. I don't care much what you are. You could be a Grim Reaper for all I care. You still work harder than anyone else. May I ask you a question, Master? What is it? Why have you not returned to your homeland? I thought it was a place quite dear to you. Oh no, it's him! Yeah, we're back to Jacopo. Everyone's favorite. I can't wait for her back there. You still believe she will return? To a degree. I understand how difficult it is to wait. Though, for me, waiting now brings me more joy than pain. With your lifespan, Master, it'll be the pain that wins out. Yeah, so this is him like in his late, yeah. He's like in his like 60s right now. Perhaps you should consider letting go? Tell me, was her name really Michelle? Why, yes, it most certainly was. But why would you ask such a thing? Have you forgotten your own wife's name? You've waited so long that it would seem like me, some part of you has begun to break down. You poor, poor man. You know, you look a whole lot more pitiful than me. Oh my. Oh, there you are. What has you in such a flurry right now, my dear? You are a noble servant. You must maintain your composure at all times. But the master... What about him? He was found deceased in his chambers. The doctor just came out. He said it was his ailment. And it would seem the master knew his time was short. For he left a will, asking nothing to be given... asking not to be given a funeral. I see. I feel kind of bad for him, though. Not only did he not have anyone at his side for his final moments, but he didn't want to be sent off at all. Isn't that sad? It's for the best. There's not a single soul in this world left who could send him off. With your era drawing to an end, the mansion will soon return to an existence nowhere in this world. I wonder what the next one will look like. I wonder if misfortune will befall her once more. That would be quite regrettable. Perhaps, if I could convince her of her tragic fate, she'd be willing to disappear from this realm with me. And if she wishes to fight that fate, perhaps she would be willing to become my next master. Calling her master seems inappropriate, but I cannot think of a word that fits better. I eagerly await the next era. Please do not keep me waiting for long, master. And thus, we reach our story. Time pressed onward, and then, at long last, you arrived. Oh, splendid. You have finally awoken. I have simply been waiting for so long for this moment. Tending to the mansion all by my lonesome, ensuring it was ready for your return, master. Whenever that time may be. When I caught sight of you through the window, my heart fluttered. The time had finally arrived. Oh my, you don't know who I am? Do you not know who you are either? That is quite the predicament. Then how about this? I am a servant of this mansion, and as such, I am familiar with the many incidents that have taken place here. I shall show you the history of this house, master. Let us be off then, and fear not. I merely entreat you to not let go of my hand. Should you hold it tightly, you need not worry about being washed away by the waves of history. No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. No matter what happens, no matter what you see, never again let go of this hand. That is everything. I prepared a number of things to say when she was finished with her tale, but I can't manage to put any of them into words. I almost hate myself for thinking it would be easy. For letting myself hope I could simply pull her back to her old self. Accept whatever had happened to her. Take her hand in mine and it would solve everything. The truth is so much worse than I imagined. So much more harrowing. She was subjected not only to her own terrible fate, but every single one of this house's tragedies. The tales she told me are things she had witnessed with her own eyes. How could I possibly blame her for forgetting me, for forgetting herself? After so many hundreds of years. No, I should be... Why? Why didn't you come for me? Why couldn't I have returned before she was so far gone? Why? Why did you show up now? Giselle. Because you opened the door to my memories. I now remember everything. But I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to be reminded of all those empty years. The people who passed on, leaving me behind. Of you, who refused to show up no matter how much I begged. I'm not the Giselle you knew anymore. I may have my memories. Go back to that time. My hands are stained with blood. My soul worn thin. The girl who would laugh at the simplest things. Who would tell silly jokes and wasn't afraid to speak her mind. Doesn't exist anymore. That Giselle is dead. How can you say I am the same girl? How can you say I feel the same way I did? How can you be sure that even now, I still love you? You deny the possibility that I no longer yearn for you. But the white-haired girl? Can you deny the possibility that my love for you is transformed into hate? She brings her hands up towards my throat, and I make no attempt to move out of her way. When her fingers brush against my skin, they feel as frigid as death itself. Far colder than anything I felt from her thus far. If she were to wrap her hands around my neck, she wouldn't even have to squeeze to stop me from breathing. This is the fork in our road. One word would decide everything. I don't have much time. Hold on. Hold on. No, before we move forward. What do you mean we don't have much time, Michelle? What do you mean? I forget this part. Well, he's kind of getting murdered. He's kind of getting murdered. Just kind of. I have to say something before the cold robs me of my voice. One word, death. Of course, I'll deny it. While I was floating in the darkness, I heard a voice. Regrettably, it took me far too long to realize it was your voice, crying for help, calling for me. You must have lost hold on your old self. But somewhere deep down, you kept calling for me. Which is how I found my way here. I refuse to believe that isn't real. I refuse to stomp on the love that survived for hundreds of years. By all means, hate me. If that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. I don't care if you spit bile at me and resent me for eternity. Or for the rest of eternity. I will not let go of this hand. Because you asked me not to. I could kill you. Right now. If that's what you want, then go right ahead. But I'll fight you with all I've got. Giselle. I've missed you too much to lose you again. If you don't care if it makes me I don't care if it makes you despise me. I don't care if you think I'm being inconsiderate. I want to save you. But I'm not the Giselle you once knew. I'm an abomination. My mind and body are twisted beyond recognition. I'm a disgusting monster. The woman you fell in love with does not exist anymore. So just forget about me. You are the one who should be saved, set free from me. You look the same to me. Your manner of speaking, your temperament, your physical appearance may have all changed. You are still the same Giselle I love. You should have never done anything. You should have never done anything for a foolish girl like me. You gave your life to save mine. And I hated you for that. I never once considered how you felt with those knights pointing their blades at you, or what drove you to allow me to live. I should have, but I didn't. I was the one who trusted the witch, and yet I complained when you never showed up. I unfairly resented you for it. I'm a horribly self-centered person. You would be so much better off. Someone pure and unburdened with all of this nasty suspicion and doubt and animosity. You would be so much happier with someone like her. Giselle. You've been paying attention, haven't you? You were there for all the tales I told you. For everything that happened up to this moment. So you should know just how loathsome of a woman I am. Too weak to even keep herself together. No, Giselle. I'm nothing compared to her. Giselle! See? You haven't changed one bit. You still get louder and louder the more you lose your temper. Why do you feel the need to compare yourself to her? Because she is a better match for you. Giselle, I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. I am sorry for keeping you waiting. And I want you to believe me when I say that I dearly missed you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted you back, and that has not changed. I believe me. I love you. I missed you so much too. She leaps into my arms, and she's just as cold as ever. Her warmth deprived body feels like the embodiment of all my mistakes. I wrap my arms around her, and I'm immediately filled with an unparalleled relief. Even as she sobs into my chest, her body is cold as ice. And then the darkness parts. We are, once more, at the top of the observation tower. It's still shrouded in a miasma of shadows, but we're back in the mansion now. We have emerged from the darkness in her heart. Michelle? Yes? I'm sorry. For what? I never should have erased you from my memories. Yours are the memories I needed to hold on to the tightest. I'm so glad to hear you say you still loved me. Even after learning the truth about me. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly relieved. As I watched, I felt like you were slipping farther and farther away from me, Giselle. It terrified me. Maybe it makes me a coward, or pitiful. But I was truly afraid of you coming to hate me. I would never hate you, Michelle. Ever. Thank you. We must leave this place. What? It would not be wise for us to remain here longer. The air is still thick with darkness. But the front door won't open. And even if we could get out from somewhere, what would happen to us? We finally found each other again. After so long. I want to share a quiet, modest life with you, like before. What if all that disappears when we step outside? After all, we are. What's up? I didn't see anything on my end. She doesn't finish, but I feel like I know what she's going to say. We're different now. She stepped far outside the bounds of mortality. And the same could be said of me. The man known as Michelle is long since dead. The mansion itself doesn't follow the rules of nature either. As beings no longer in possession of their proper forms, stepping outside these walls could very well mean the end of us. I can't say what might lie in store, but we must return. Even though, by staying here, we could be together for all time. I don't imagine that would be a very happy life. There's no sun here, no chirping birds, no trees or breeze in the rustle of the leaves. If we stay here, the nothingness will eat away at us. We can finally reattain our old selves. Or we have finally reattained our old selves. Now we need to take action while we can. What if I say I wanted to stay here? Then I'll drag you out of here. Almost like we've switched places. Back then, it was you who wanted to stay. It's also kind of funny hearing you speak favorably about the outside, and especially the sun. The words, "That's all thanks to you," are on my lips, but before I can say them, I find myself hypnotized by her smile. That smile has picked me up so many times. She claims it's her only redeeming feature, but if she didn't have it, my life would have gone a very different direction. I'm grateful to have gotten back to. Say, we're in the middle of a very, touching reunion, wouldn't you say? I suppose, yes. And wouldn't you say there's a certain way these things usually go? Huh? Are you really gonna make me say it? I was, hoping you might perhaps kiss me? What? God damn it, Michelle! Kiss her, kiss her. What? Oh, seriously? What? Where did all that boldness from a few seconds ago go? What happened to all that momentum you were building? Yeah, about that. I think that might be more appropriate later. Later? How much later? After we find an exit. We're, you know, in a hurry. You're just making excuses because you don't want to. I swear that's not it. Yes, I agree, Umgak. Smooch, now. Now. Do it. Do it. Giselle, let's save that for when things aren't as crazy. I can't relax and enjoy it right now. What are you, 12? Oh, hush. All right, fine. But you better keep your word.
Got it?
Promise. Let's go then. Let's find our way out of the mansion. The love gremlin demands smooches.
Yes. Oh, the smooches.
There, our frozen time should begin moving again. That's hopefully when our future awaits. It will be. No, we'll make it so. Yes, we will. If we leave the mansion, it should release our souls as well. And in doing so, should finally provide her deliverance. So I mustn't hesitate. To end all of this, for both of us, we must start again. This is where we... What? Darkness. It's a blackness purer than anything I've experienced in this house. Not a trace of light anywhere to be found. Why did I ever think the house would let us go so easily? Why did I ever think our time in the darkness was over? Michelle! The darkness surges through the open door like a wave, flooding the observation tower. Like an ivy growing wildly to cover every last inch of the surface. I'm gonna bump up the music here for you guys. Consuming, defiling, eroding. Our fingers slip apart, and concentrated rancor rains down upon us. Ah, how hideous a world this is. No, Michelle. Please. Don't let go of my hand. Giselle, no. Michelle. The half colors. I said I would never let go of her again. I said I would get her out of this place. I swore I would. But as hard as I tried to stretch, I could not reach her hand. Michelle, help! Help, Michelle! I can't move. I can't move my body. Oh, shush, Kane. Don't complain. You're starting to sound like Cersei here with the complaints. I'll explain it later. I'll explain later, don't worry. I went out of my way to give you a beautiful tragedy. So why must you so stubbornly insist on this ugliness? The more you struggle, my dears, the thicker and more palpable your filthiness becomes. It's sickening. Wouldn't you agree? She always spat her bile like a song, like with a song-like cadence. Singing like a little girl, chirping like a morning bird, she celebrated misery. And she watches for the worst possible moments to let out a cackle. Morgana! On another note, her hair is fantastic. She looks very good in red. Thank you, Sylvie. Appreciate it. I swear, you two are hopeless. Here's the full move his head. Yeah, I think it does. He does move it at some point. But yeah. It's very pretty art. It's very pretty. Very, very pretty. I pity you. I gave you my deepest condolences. Let go. Let go of me. Don't take me away from him. Giselle. The darkness seeping into her grew thicker by the moment. And its black tendrils weren't just wrapped around her, but me as well. Stop this, Morgana. Let her. Let her go? Wow, nothing more original? I need a devoted puppet to protect this mansion for me. So I can't give her up. Not even at your request. Besides, why should I give back something you threw away? Something you abandoned again and again. What are you talking about? You still haven't figured it out, my dear. Or are you just feigning ignorance for your own convenience? You always did like to withhold anything that might prove disadvantageous. Disadvantageous. Michelle. Giselle, give me your hand. Reach harder. I don't think that's how that works. But sure. Reach as hard as you can. Grab my hand. I can't do it. It's like I'm tied up. I can't move at all. She's right there. She waited so many hundreds of years for me. Finally managing to reclaim herself. And she's right there. Why can't my hand go any farther? Why can't I reach her wrist, her hand, even a strand of her flowing hair? Why can't I get her back again? Michelle! Her voice is growing fainter, more distant. The darkness enshrouds her, taking her away from me. Her arms, her fingers, the hand she led me with, her smiling face. Her once glowing grin, and now her more modest smile. The witch's darkness is stealing every last bit of her. Michelle. Help. Help. Stop. Please, don't do this. Take me instead of her. Why? Why does it have to be her? Why her? Morgana! Why? Because your work is done, my dear. By all accounts, as the one who resurrected me, you should have become my guide as well. But you let a silly woman emotionally manipulate you and give up on cursing others. And then you threw away your life, deluded into thinking you were protecting her. Morgana. You already gave up the position once. Don't think you can just walk up and ask for it back. Set Giselle free. I'll do anything you ask. If you need a puppet, I'll be your puppet. If you want more from me, it's yours for the taking. But I can't leave her to remain in this cursed house any longer. You certainly have let your obsession for this girl take its toll on you. I much preferred the old, pessimistic, cynical Michelle. Oop, sorry. It wasn't until I met Giselle that I truly became human. She made me into what I'm supposed to be. I can't lose her again. Is that so? Well, you'll come to the harsh realization soon enough that everything you saw in her was just a facade. It was not. All right then. If you want her back so badly, you can have her. But in exchange, I want you to entertain me. Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? If you need her that badly, you can bear anything, can't you? If that's what you want from me, if that will allow her to see the sun once more. Brilliant. Wait, Morgana! Morgana! As you wish, foolish boy. I was looking for another way to keep busy anyway. So I'll use you to kill some time. Find your way to me, my dear. Find your way to me without going mad and succumbing to darken, to despair. And do hurry, or she might lose her mind again. Those memories you forced her to relive. Those hundreds of years spent locked away in her shell. All that fear that ate away at her. a bit much to have to reflect on with a clear mind, wouldn't you say? That's why I need to be there for her. That's why I have to get her out of here. That's my obligation to her. You're the one who let go of her hand, though. You can put a broken cup back together, but the slightest tap in the wrong place will shatter it again. Morgana. The witch's cackle fades into the distance. My outstretched hand is completely enveloped in shadows. I can't even make out the faintest outline of it. And I can't tell if I'm sinking, floating, being pushed along some invisible stream, or falling with incredible speed. My eyes are open, but they can detect nothing. The complete lack of sound is almost painful. Nothing, anything, anywhere. Void. The void. My consciousness begins to drift. Vague remnants of the feeling of her hand in mine are my only link to reality. My one and only landmark. Giselle. I must get back to her. She waited, endured hundreds, no, almost 1,000 years. And now it's my turn to act. I have to hold that resolve. Hold it firmly. So that I never forget her again. So that I never lose myself again. And if I'm consumed by the darkness, you must never back down. You must never look away. You must never lose her. The House of Fata Morgana. The story behind the story. We have now completed the Maid's Tale. And we've lost Kane. Yay! Ah, boy, I love this game for that. The void goes on the bingo card. It indeed does. It indeed does. Is that it? No, no, no. There's more. Don't worry, there's more. There are at least 2 more chapters to go. Do not worry. But we are at our 4-hour mark. So I think I'm going to call it here for today. We actually finished 2 full chapters. Or we'll finish 2 chapters. I won't say 2 full because we didn't. But, you know, we completed 2 chapters. The way you talked about the story behind the story, end of the Maid's Tale, made me feel like, oh, that's fair. That's fair. But yes. We now know what Giselle entirely went through. And so, now begins. Yay! Glad you were able to catch it. Yes, we will see now. Will Michelle be finally able To save Giselle. And what will that entail, meaning to save Giselle? I wonder. I wonder indeed. Alrighty, let me see. Let me see what we're working with today. He is free of his curse. If you're thinking the usual. Yeah, I was thinking the usual. Since I'm also looking at my following and he's the only one live for who the people I follow. So, you know. Don't save her, she'll die anyway. Sylvie, no. Come on. We can fight the witch, right? We can fight the witch, yeah? But yes, we will go right into Marky, who is finally free of Kaizo Ironmon. It looks like he's playing some Mario to reclaim his freedom. So we'll send you all over there because, like I said, no one else that I can see that I know of who is raiding. So go say hi to Marky. Congratulate him on being free of Kaizo Ironmon. And I will see you all tomorrow for a little bit of Love Ghosty and see if we can finish that game. All right? I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.